What are we doing? What are we doing? I don't know what we're doing. We're doing some programming. Oh, I'm tired. Where's my tea? No, my tea thingy. It's not here. Oh. Oh, what the fuck? I don't know. Maybe there is some tea in here. There's a bunch of tea left in my tea filter. It's like a lot too. Oh well. Maybe this just tastes like mint. Who knows? Oh. So. I got it half working. We've got the green path. And then he should not just end up here. He should end up like here somewhere. So if I do this, what's gonna happen? Nothing correct. He ends up here. This guy doesn't move at all, I think. Let's try again. He's standing here. I'm gonna go up here. He'll charge his ass right there. Did he move? He does move a little bit. But how much does he move? Right now he is standing at 5'10". Right. Move to 710. That's actually... Force applied to self. Target position nearest point. Get tile distance. Origin target. Distance 5. Right. So... yeah. This should be like this, I think. And then here we have an if preview, and we need an else. And then this is force set direction. And here, I guess we need to do this. Here it says set, force set direction. But this is never applied, I think. But maybe it is now. Nah. Because I think he might not move far enough. Because he needs to intersect the target. So if he's moving 5, let's see, what does the distance say here? 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Or 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe. I think this intersection here, though, is... I think he is actually intersecting, but it's not working properly. Oh, he's gonna move to like over here. That didn't work at all. He's at 411. It says distance 6. He's at 611. So he's still only moving 2. Why is he still only moving 2? That's 6 plus post movement vector. This should actually not really have a movement vector. It should only have a post movement vector. Oh yeah, that was supposed to be distance from target, how far away we're gonna stop. But we're not doing that anymore. And that's actually not even part of it. So here, end behavior. Target force set direction. Yeah, okay. Force apply to self. I don't have a target. I don't know if we're using this. But this is supposed to... The idea was for this to be a little different. I didn't want to apply it to target like this. I just wanted to make it apply the force to targets that it intersects with when it does in the force system. Or 9. Now it crashes. Yeah. I don't actually have the What's target here? Oh, that's so annoying. Now I need a new way to transfer the target to the user. Because here, see, here we have a target. Because this is handled directly via the mouse. Whereas here, this might not be. Or rather, in the preview we do. The force applied to self. Let's not worry about that right now. Let's continue just hashing out the preview, right? Because the preview doesn't work yet either. And the idea here is just we do object force execute, and here we apply force to self. And then the idea is that in here, if collision check, if preview, it's actually implemented. Force applied to target. But this, oddly enough, this doesn't work, but I guess it depends. if we run it, canceling due to collision count 5 and empty ray history. So we are actually in here, right? Debug.log apply force to target. Apply force to target. So we are applying force to target. Oh, this. We're working on the Sunday. My body hurts. Ooh, my body. Going through the PS2 catalog for emulating, man, I love that era of games. Yeah. There's a lot of games for the PS2. What are you emulating? What was I doing? Yeah, it applies the force. It apparently doesn't do much. Been nerding out on retro handhelds. Alright. Retroid. Hello, Dota 2 Attitude. How's it going? I don't understand how this isn't doing anything. Force applied to target. Shield charge. Apply force to target. Unless the direction I'm setting is just broken. Is this reversed? Maybe this is bad. Let's reverse that. And then we'll see. I feel like it was wrong. Nope. Hmm. Oh, strange. What the fuck is force applied objects? Oh, right. Oh, Where do I clear this? Is that part of the skill? Force applied objects. That's in the skill itself. Abilities and everything like that, target acquisition, whatever. It should all have been handled through the object, I feel like. But it was hard to really make a decision earlier. Because some stuff is just stored in the system prior to execution. So like if I select an ability to use, before I actually execute that, it's just stored as like action to trigger inside of the system before it's transferred into the character. So I couldn't really decide whether I wanted to bind it all to the object itself immediately, because that also felt like it was wrong. It felt clunky, and it felt like I was just spreading code around. And I didn't like that. But at the same time, the object does need to have its, like, the ability that it's using assigned to itself in order to be able to, like, read itself, read the skill. And especially, like, spells need to be assigned to this, to the object itself, so that they can channel it and then execute it later, and while the rest of the system continues on working. I feel like I just figured something out, but I don't remember what the hell just happened. Completely blanked. This thing here. It's a problem. But I think I might move this into the user itself instead. Because if I do that, then in the system here, as we remove them from the debrief list, because they always move to the debrief list, right? I would say so. Yeah. And then as we remove it from the debrief list, then we say dot force applied objects dot clear. And then it might have a chance. Because what might be happening here, though I don't necessarily think that's the case. That's bugged though. If it could still work. That's what matters. Fuck me, man. Why is it not working? Shield charge. Apply force to target. Like it's happening. Is it flipped now? Okay. What should happen here? Tile position, user tile position. Let's say our position is 2, target's position is 3. So right now we're doing user minus tile position minus 3 equals minus 1. That's wrong, isn't it? It should be the way it was, because the direction needs to be from the user to the target, so it pushes away. So this is currently incorrect. Was correct before. No! Still doesn't work! But why? It should! There's like no real reason why it shouldn't. So I think we don't have a choice. It's time to... Oh... Actually... We have to move this. And I mean, that's fine. That's fine. I think we can move this without any issues. Kind of. Like, not exactly, to be honest, but kind of. You know what? Let's do something a bit different. Let's say... Public bool. Force system is executed equals false. Then here we're gonna say force system is executing equals true. And down here we're gonna say force system is executing equals false. And then we're gonna do something like, because I think this is needed, actually, but what's happening is that outside of this method, I am simply accumulating force. And even if that unit is added, because when it gets force added to it, it's added to the force affected objects list, which is the main list that I'm using to affect the force on units. If they weren't in the list when this begins to execute, they haven't had the force ray init call happen. And if they haven't, then they don't have a ray direction, they don't have a ray map position, they don't have anything. They don't actually exist in the system. So that needs to be called, because I don't want to call it outside of here, really. Because this takes into account, like, accumulation. Like, what if there are two things affecting you in terms of force at the same time? Then doing it like this will then combine that into one, more or less. So what I need to do is I need to call force ray init here. In force set direction. If let's say we do it in here. This is where it's like confirmed, like, yeah, you are going to be added to the force system, right? If this doesn't happen, then it doesn't happen. So then here we say force ray init. Like that. And here we say force ray init. However, we are going to have an if clause here that says if main controller dot force system is executing is true, then we run force ray init here. Otherwise, we don't. Because this kind of means that it's being affected by something during the force step and being, like, pulled into the force execution. No! No! It doesn't work. Oh, yeah. All right. That's that. Debug. Pick points. We are... Oh, hold on. This wasn't saved. No! Nothing matters. Nothing works. It's impossible. Okay. So we want to go from here. This is where I want to go from. Force collision count. Force applied to target.
Anyway, I'll be right back.
Let's see. What is it doing? I hate doing breakpoints. Takes forever and they're clunky as shit. Alright, so now we're here, right? Force collision count. That means it's gonna go in here. It's gonna apply force to target. We're going in here. Set force, set preview direction. We have a push direction of 1, which is correct. Steps 2, correct. Push preview, push preview. Huh? What? Excuse me? Which object is this? Huh? Oh, there it is. Here it says user.force set preview. This needs to be target. That should be user. How about now? That's a while loop crash? How? Oh, come on. It's like every single step of the way is just not correct. How? Ah, okay, this is why. This actually needs to be if preview and user.force applied objects.contains target is false. Then we do that. Let's do it inside here. If this is the same too. Needs to be like that. It actually worked a little bit more now, I think. I think not. Like, it's still bugged. But somehow it works, like, a teeny bit more. Force applied to self, right, yeah, we don't have that. Yeah, the actual force application is still wrong. So we're here. Force applied to target. Preview. If it doesn't contain, then we set preview direction. Push direction 1, steps 2. It's being set to 1, 2. Then force ray init through. With a distance of 2. Current ray position. Ray direction 1. One. Gray map position 11. We're adding the first step. Reversal history, which is that. Tile position record list. I don't think I ended up using that. And so this is immediately incremented to 12. Estimated position is 11. Force affected object list. Add. And then force applied objects.add. Force collision count. Right? And so now we're gonna immediately iterate the other one, which needs a breakpoint here. Because this is just nonsense. Nothing here ever. This never happens ever. This is just for checking if it's in the world. Which... No, it's checking for colliders. My bad. And then we get to down here. And this target is iterating through units. It's got collision check equals false. Now it's checking itself. Raise step count +1. Estimated force position. It's now updated. Force traversal history. Now updated. If raise step count, force total distance. Raise step history add. We update the ray map position, which is now 13. Then we continue the iteration here. This is now 0. This is now checking Adonos. And then here nothing's gonna happen. There's no collision. We go down here. Iterate that. He finds himself. We go in. Target 10 pounds. We do a collision check. Returns false. Skip over all of that. Next, we do the final step of this here, cold check. No collision. Find itself. Continue. Raise step count. Estimated force position 13. Force traversal history. We add that. Movement force ray finalize. This is then to remove equals true. Now we go in here, we add it to the debrief list, and we remove it from the affected object list. Now this guy is gonna continue iterating here until he is done. But now he has no one to collide with. Or well, he does, because we're checking the combat objects here. Estimated force position. Now this is going to be true. No, not yet. Can still move this final step. He can move one more step. This raise step count. Now we are colliding. So now it's gonna try to apply force, but it doesn't do it, which is fine. And now it's going to do this. Five times. Or 3. I'm gonna for 4. We need to get to 5. Now we're at 5. It's gonna go in here. It's not gonna do anything. Then we go in here. Finalize. Force ray. Then this just returns here. It gets added to the debrief. Then we remove. And then here, we then continue to over here, force tiles to render. While force affected object debrief list is greater than that. If count equals 0. Nope. Else. If debrief list equals current turn unit. Then here we're doing this here, right? There's so much going on here, I didn't really want to step in there. I guess we're stepping through that. Oh man, I have to step out. Okay, it worked. I'm scared of using step out because I feel like usually it doesn't do what I want it to. And then here, this now is a list of 40 tiles. Oh. Adding all of the Z as well. I don't think that really matters, though. I don't think it should. But yeah, so now this is just being all slapped into tiles to render. And then force applied objects is cleared from this object. It doesn't have anything in it anyway. And then this is removed. Continue. Then now we're gonna go in here. This is doing the same thing. This now has 60 tiles, which is also incorrect. And this here is just gonna set some stuff until it reaches continue there. Oh. Oh, maybe this is it. This needs to happen here too. Because it looks like it's doing what I want it to do, right? Like it looks correct. And then it just goes to generate, draw dynamic grid. It looks like it's kind of doing the right thing. But if this doesn't happen here, what might happen is that it can render the first update, which is visible for like 2 milliseconds, maybe, if we're lucky. This actually works better now. This is actually where he's supposed to go. But for whatever reason, the target isn't rendering its own path. Even though it's actually doing the movement, it's just not working. Because fuck me, that's why. Because here, I'm doing the same thing there. 0, true, green. It's the same. But here we're setting new location. This one is a little bit wrong. A classic. This needs to be new vector int. That's the size. But that shouldn't do anything. It doesn't matter. Is it doing that? It's just that it is doing everything. I don't know. There's gotta be just some minor bullshit thing missing. Forest tiles to render, clear. Yeah, that's good. If the key, if it doesn't contain the key, then we add the key. This is converted. I'm adding it to the list or to the dictionary. Wait, hold on. This is where the issue is. That was the wrong list. Come on, bro. Oh, almost. Almost. Why is it flickering? What's wrong now, bro? Oh my god. It's just not being cleared from something somewhere. Like, what is the fucking problem, man? What are you doing? Like, huh? Because now it's clear that there's like something is he's like being able to be added one frame, and then the next one is not, and then something is like reset, and then he's able to be added. Oh, that's gonna be such a nightmare to test though. Like, what am I doing with that? Like, what? How? I'm clearing this shit. I'm clearing. This is cleared. EF result. Generate range result. Force tiles to render. This is all in preview. While force affected It's so close, man. What is the problem? Nope. So what could possibly be the issue? Let's see. That's cleared. That's cleared. Yeah, I think I know. I think this is it. So what I think is happening is that we are on one frame, we're pushing this unit to the right, or in one iteration, we're pushing the unit 2 tiles to the right, which updates its estimated force position, but it's never returned to null, which means that we can't find the object again. Because now that it has an estimated force position, we're going to use that instead of its tile position. So whenever we find the object, we're finding it in the wrong place. Yeah, I think that's that. It's wrong! It's this close to working. Oh my god. Please, bro. Adanos is supposed to end up here. So the entire position under the spearman is supposed to be green, and the spearman should be over here. So I don't know if this is... Oh. Is it an expansion problem? Is it a collision problem? Am I actually ending up there? I don't know. Oh. I think this needs more breakpoint checking. Let's do some basic testing here. What if we do this? Hmm. See, it's really strange because the spearman is actually iterating all of his steps and rendering at the correct point. But Adanos is not. And that doesn't really make sense. Because we're always checking the ray position ahead, right? So if the spearman is over there and we're checking ahead, because it's like the only time it would like cancel ahead of time is if we do any of these. But there's no reason, like it doesn't do this. Forest traversal history, like every successful step is added here. And on top of that, it's strange too, because even if it was something to do with this, like if forest tiles surrender contains key, this works. Like we already established that this works, I think. Because the two tiles that overlap are being set to green. So why only two? So I'm setting distance here. Force applied to self. That's a distance there. But the distance is actually like this, right? This is the true distance. In this case, distance is 42. No, it isn't. That's not even an actual bug, that's just me writing this incorrectly. It's just concatenating two different values instead of actually doing addition on them. Distance 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. So he actually moves too far in a way. Because right now this is only working when he collides, which isn't exactly correct, but I think that's fine. We could change that by saying, by adding a -1 there. And same thing here on the preview. This one. Because, but it's still a problem, because it basically means that nothing can be affected unless there's a collision, which means that things always have to overshoot. Which I guess is okay, but I don't know. Let's see, now it works exactly the same now, except it's not gonna collide at the end here, but the rendering is still incorrect. Why is that yellow? Why? It should be casting from here. This is the initial step. 1, 2, 3, 4. One, two, three, four, five. Wait. Yeah, I think I know. No. It's yeah. It's because of this. The estimated force position can't be cleared here. Because it still needs to count. So it's here. Here we need to do things. Force affected object debrief list I dot estimated position equals null. This is what we need to do. That's gonna fix it. Because when I was this up here is where it kind of ran the cancel. It runs finalize and then finalize runs cancel just to like reset things that should be reset. But resetting the estimated force position before all the objects have finished running means that they're kind of like removed from the system, and now he won't be able to find that unit anymore, unless because it's gonna like reset back to its original position. So this should work. Oh, it worked. Finally, we're halfway done. Oh! But it should be fine. But as this works, the next step should be pretty easy. We just need to store the target in some manner and then execute, and that should work. Should work. Also, let's try this. If we go up here and we now charge it's colliding with itself. I think no, what is what? It's not reaching. Oh, it's not done. How is this a distance of 3? Fuck are you talking about? Oh, my bad. Yeah, we need to abs each value here. That's what. Oh, there's like every step of the way, every single thing I've written is broken. Every single thing. I mean, who can you blame? Fuck me. Literally every function. There. I don't like this. It looks like shit. I guess there is a question of should I actually skip? Or rather, should I actually have diagonal movement in here? I don't want to. But it looks so clunky and chunky when it looks like this as well. It's kind of ugly. And this is also strange. Here, it always ends up in the same position. Let's see. I kind of wanted to do something like force apply to target, right? And instead of user.tile position, let's say if user.estimated force position dot has value, then user.estimated force position dot value else tile position. And now this is getting so long, it's time to do this. But here, this is estimated force position, and I think I will be using that in the actual execution too, so I guess we'll see. Because I think part of what makes it feel like ass is that he's being pushed based on my starting position, and that makes it feel weird. This didn't really fix it, did it? Didn't really change anything. perhaps. But the idea there is that you can, depending on the angle that you strike them, you'll push them in different directions. Yeah, I was just thinking about how to deal with this. And I think we can fix it. I think we can make this better. Perhaps. But it actually works now. So let's try to implement the actual functionality. And then we can perhaps think about how to improve it. Because one of the issues with the DDA ray marching algorithm is that at certain intervals, depending on the angle, it'll skip 2 tiles. It'll skip like both in the X and the Y. And what that means is that it's just gonna skip past something, potentially. But I was thinking that what you can do, because I've written a bunch of like workarounds for that I think I could maybe improve. Is I'm like selecting the lesser distance if it's trying to skip in a diagonal. I just select the lesser value
in the delta dist, the value used to increment the ray, and I do that one. But I was thinking that what you can do is you can actually just check both. Like, if you need to check forward and then not to the side, you can do that. But it's still difficult. It doesn't really help, I think, for the actual ray march. But here, it could make it look better by actually allowing diagonal skips. That way, it wouldn't look like this with the chunk here. We could get rid of a bit of the thickness on the line, so it looks nicer. Because if we know that we have 2 steps left, then I can just check the tile ahead and the next tile, and then we just increment by 2 immediately. And we don't record one part of that. We only record the diagonal step. And then we still have perfect collision. But like I said, for the actual ray marching algorithm, I don't think it matters at all. Because it ends up with working the same. Oh, regardless. It's been 2 hours, so it's about time to sit here in silence and just space out for a while. I don't want to stand. I hurt everywhere. Sit either. Oh. Oh, God. Legs hurt. I want candy.
Oh.
Need another branch outlet. If we are lucky, if we keep pushing, if I keep pushing, I might be able to finish this within an hour or two. But that's with copious amounts of luck. Um, and it's actually not working correctly now, right now either, because what's happening now is that the force is being applied via the mouse over. And so the force is being applied because when I mouse over, the force applied to the unit itself gets applied, and then the unit collides with the target, and then that generates the whole thing, right? But what if there is no initial self force? Right? So I think it needs some booleans. Like there just needs to be I'm not sure how to go about it. I don't really like having booleans everywhere. Another way to do it, I think, is to simply create a series of methods that apply in certain scenarios. So we can have one that says like initial, like I could create a pipeline that's like first we target a unit, then we apply force to self, and we see if we collide with that unit, and then we check if the skill has
collision logic. And then we continue from there, and we then see if it has just force application logic for the target itself. Because then if the target only gets moved when the target, like when the user collides with it, then if that function is empty, it's just not gonna do anything. And that way I can just have it run through all of those methods in sequence, and then it just kind of does everything that it's supposed to do. And that way I don't need to have a bunch of booleans, because I feel like it just turns into a mess if you're just gonna have like if this is set here, and then you have to reset it, and then you have to blah blah blah, and then every single thing turns into if. I think we're gonna try going with something like that. So this is force applied to target, but this should be force collision with the target. Or should we say force collision logic? And so that's the base. And then we want something like force applied to target. And here we remake that one. Because I don't think we need more than these. The unit needs to have force applied to it. The target needs to have force applied to it. There needs to be force application when there's collision. And they should all kind of be separate, or like work on their own, except for forced collision, because that's just that means that the target or the self needs to have force applied. And so with that, I think it should work kind of correctly. If we go here and we say like that. And the reason for this is because you might have an ability or a spell that just applies force to a ranged target. And so this just needs to exist. And this is then added to current targets. But this is the tricky part, right? Like, sure, current targets is added. But that's not a target tile. There. Then I don't like it, but as long as it's accurate, then it doesn't really matter. As long as it actually just works. But I don't really like this. I don't like that the preview and the execution work so differently. But they also, to some degree, kind of have to, because one is on hover, one is on click. But it doesn't need to. This is why I need to refactor things later. But it doesn't need to be done right now. I want to run everything through the object. That's what's gonna happen. Because right now it's like during the preview phase, everything runs through the system. While then in the execution phase, everything runs through the object. And it just makes things weird. Then I have to run things differently. I have to store values differently. I have to transfer values in order for it to work. I have to use different variables. And it just makes it confusing. While in reality, the way it should work is just the exact same way the preview works. Should just be like snapshotted. And just executed instead of previewed. Why not? Like, why is it so complicated? But so here then in the skill, force applied to self, we do that. Force execute. And this should be target position. But that's the parameter. So it's user.target position. That value. Why doesn't it work?
That's why. He works, target doesn't work. It's the same, bro! It's the same! Oh. I don't know how this works. Update position. Yeah. There it is. It's the same error as before. It's user instead of target. In front of the door, please. I beg you. Oh, it worked! Oh, finally! Oh! About this. Oh! Oh, it works! It works! Oh! Next step. That was shield charge, right? So we need to do something like this then. In here. But this is target force. Yeah, give me suggestions. What is it called? Force applied to target. And then
This... The preview here... I can create a bit of a hack here. Alright, so because here we want... I have a vector 3 here called target position, right? But... I think maybe this should be a vector 6 int. Here then we have target position. Which would then be max value dot max vec3. And the reason for that is because this way, instead of doing a bunch of weird things, if an ability has like an epicenter that's a size of 1, then just doing max vec3 will give us the position. But if the epicenter is the size of 2 times 2, then the max vec is the top right tile, which is the center tile in terms of how I'm doing things. And that way we can store more things in that same value without having to have like target bounds as well. This is actually target bounds. And it's actually not a lot that uses it here. User.targetPosition.value. Max vec3. And I think this should simply be like that. Target tile should be vector 6. I don't think this is really used. Oh, never mind.
Executability, mouse tile position. And this is where we need to do new vector 6int, mouse tile position, and mouse size. There's a size thing here. I don't know. Data module. Here we have an origin size, which is really depends. Oh, I'm complicating it. Oh. I'm gonna refill my tea. I almost put my water boiler in the window, and that would have been really bad once winter comes along. Really bad.
But what did determine, like, let's see. Mouse tile bounds, main controller dot mouse size. So we have mouse tile bounds here. So we should set... We should just use mouse tile bounds. Does the invoke need to be updated too? Man, it never ends. Cyrus Gaze, for example, it takes a target position, and then we do what with it? Set position, target position. That's all it uses it for. In this scenario, it doesn't really matter, but in terms of some kind of force application, I think it matters a lot. So this should be 6. I almost feel like any position should be a bound. Almost. Not entirely, but almost.
feels so trash. Oh! This is cascading. This is cascading in a way that I don't know if I want to fuck with, but maybe. Because I think in almost every single case throughout every function in the game, anything that has to do with a target position either just uses one tile, in which case using a bound and just using the top right value would work, or it actually uses a bound, but it always calculates the bounds using the supplied target, and then there's also like a supplied origin size, whatever. So ideally, I think if there's just a boundary supplied instantly, I think that would ease up a lot of the code. But it also means that I have to refactor 400 things, potentially. Because then all I would need to do is, like if I'm targeting something, we just immediately set the mouse's tile bounds to a boundary. And then we can just apply that boundary to everything downstream. Right? Because that's where it's going to be targeted. So we don't have to calculate that using origin sizes and offsets and blah blah blah. Refactoring is fun though? No! It sucks! Oh. Because then there's like 40,000 things that are all like connected, and you're like, how many bugs am I gonna introduce here? And you don't even remember what things are or where it's connected or why. It does feel good at the end of it though, when it's no longer a mess. But oh, I don't want to do this. I could roll back, but I didn't commit before I started. This isn't tea. There's like nothing in here. Oh, I spilled tea in my keyboard. I don't think anything went in there. I think it's fine. Yeah, it tastes like tea a little bit. Does this mean I'm gonna have a Monday off? No. Yeah, someone drove past with a motorcycle. So I guess we just go through, change all of the red things into vector 6s, just smash in things, and then when everything is destroyed and broken, then we fix that. This tea is actually kind of nice. It's expensive, but you can also reuse it. But who the fuck drinks tea 6 times a day? Like I... Find targeting, because it's everything, right? It's everything. Okay, so now this is a 6. Error. And here now, AoE target bounds, origin size. This I'm not so sure. Maybe this should just be target tile now. Same thing here. This is just target tile. Single target. No, that's the same. And here, oh, where it's tile to cast from equals X. This I think should just be tile to cast from equals LOTF get nearest tile to point. And here it's a little like what about get nearest tile from bounds? then it's gonna be that one's harder. I don't know if I need that, actually. We're just gonna do bounds are source object dot tile bounds, and target tile is target tile dot max vectory. Maybe not. I think this should actually be a 3. doesn't make any sense. Set position should not take a vector 6. This position should be a vector 3. I mean, it makes sense for it to be vector 6. It does. And target position. Make that into a vector 6 too. Let's revert all the reversions I just did without Control Z. But this is actually kind of wrong. I'm gonna add another constructor, the vector 6. And that's gonna take an offset. And then that's gonna say or what should it be called? Is it a pivot? I think just setting offset would be easier. That way, as we set position, we can just say plus offset dot x y dot z. Like that. And the reason for that is so that we can, here we can say position dot size, and then we have an offset, which in this case is -1, -1, 0. Although the position dot size this doesn't necessarily work either.
This is different. Yeah. What's the offset? The offset is gonna be position.size. Like that or something. If the size is 1, it's ideally here, the size should be 1 or 2. So if the size is 1, it should get subtracted to 0, and then we get -0. But if the position is 2, we subtract 1, then we get 1, and we get -1. So that's a -1 offset. I guess. This is terrible, but whatever. This doesn't really help, does it? Because it would be just as much writing to just write minus position dot size divided by 2. I mean, that's even easier, isn't it? Whatever. But this is really, it's really annoying to deal with positions and bounds, because the pivot point, or like the center or the origin point, is it's different in different axes. In X and Y, it's the top right, but in the Z, it's the bottom. It's 0. So, like, almost all math that involves that is annoying. But let's keep mashing for a while, but we're getting close to dinner time. Last AoE, find targeting area. Takes a target tile. That should be mouse tile bounds.
How many LOC? I don't know what that means. Lines of code? I don't know. A lot. A couple of tens of thousands. I don't even know how to check. And even so, there's a lot of garbage as well. I comment a lot and save a lot of code in comments, so it's not really accurate. I don't think it... I don't think this should actually ever use a modified position. Maybe that works. This isn't even correct. Unless... No, it's not correct. Because it's using a tile position to set position, but that doesn't work anymore. I'm scared. This is a problem, by the way. He's charging past that unit, and he's hitting both. Which isn't really how it's supposed to work. He charges into the first unit. It seems to work. It seems to. Yeah, more or less. but that was just refactoring every like position into a boundary instead. Not every position, but most. Not all of them can have that. I almost feel like I should have a custom struct. Like I already have a vector 6 int, which is a struct I made myself. And the idea there is basically it's a boundary. You know, it's you have 3 values and then you have 3 more values that are the upper bounds. And then that also can return the size. And it's worked really well. It's just it doesn't have addition and stuff properly with certain things, which is fine. But I feel like it's missing something, and that's the actual pivot point of the unit, because it's so complicated how everything works, where you have like a true position, right? That has to exist, which is where the mouse was when you click, and then the character moves there. Even if that position ends up being in the bottom left or the center or the top right, that's like the true position. And that's like used for rendering alignment and stuff like that. But then there's like outer and inner bounds, right? So just doing like max vec 3 and get the upper bounds, that doesn't always represent the center. And that's where I feel like maybe I should make a position struct custom for the project that isn't just vector 3 or vector 6 or whatever. So that contains both the position and the boundaries at the same time. But I'm not sure. Because I feel like it should basically contain a size and an offset. And then you can just do plus minus whatever with vector 3s on it. That would be good. And then it just recalculates the rest of the values based on the other values. But that is something for another day. But I think that's definitely something to do. Because that would greatly simplify a lot of data transfer. Because right now I have to store a position, a bound, and it has to be like both of them have to be transferred via separate parameters and create a LOT underscore position struct that contains inner and outer bounds, vec3 position, offset or pivot point question mark, and add functionality, add operator for subtraction that uses the vec3 position. For subtraction or for
basic math. I think that would be huge. Because every single part of the system, the entire system is like marred by this issue. Yeah. Because right now, for example, the reason I'm thinking about this is because at the moment, there's the fact that I'm changing it all to vector 6, which means the boundary, means that I'm kind of assuming that the data sent in is within specs, right? So if I'm sending in a vector 6 into a single target, I'm assuming that it's always going to have a size of 1, and therefore maxvec is going to return the correct tile. But there are so many branching points and so many like types of whatever that it's really hard to actually keep track of that. And if something were to be bigger, like if it's a unit that's just bigger than 2, then it's gonna completely break if that ends up being used somewhere. And that's where I feel like as long as I just have one unified positional function or positional struct that contains both outer bounds and inner bounds, and like it has a method to get us the correct value for like the inner bounds or the inner pivot point to be used throughout all parts of the code. It's going to drastically reduce how error prone it is. Or how error prone I am, I guess. I think it would also make the code 10 times more readable, because there's having like every single thing that has to do with bounds have like subtractions and divisions
and then like another line where I have to make sure that the Z is set to a different pivot point and like all this shit. It makes it really unreadable and bad. Kind of like a, I don't know how to put it, but like a framework or like a scaffolding. Like make that's how I see it, like the bounds and everything being kind of put like a little harness on top of the actual core position. No, actually, that could, it could be like that. It could be like a function that does the calculations, but I was thinking it was on demand based and actually stored the data. So when you change the vector, it recalculates everything and then it's just stored there and you can just fetch it. But practically the same thing, really. It's more about like CPU versus memory utilization at that point. But none of it matters either way because everything is so minor here, so it doesn't do anything. Doesn't matter. The only real reason why I sometimes think about trying to offload things from the CPU is because I do think about having like NPCs walking around town, even if they're just useless and just have like preset paths and stuff. It's still like people walking about that need to have their positions updated, right? But then there, it's also like setting these values every step is also heavier, but then reading it is easier. So it's kind of like, I don't think it matters. And yeah, AoEs most likely will have friendly fire most of the time, yeah. So, what did I do all of that for? That's the real question. What was I even doing? Okay. I was like looking at spells and I was like, how do I... Where am I even doing anything? Like, I just went to Gravity Spell or Gravity Blast and I was like, alright. How do we... Here, I guess. Force apply to target. Oh yeah, I wanted to like make it less annoying to fetch something from user, I think. I don't remember. Yes, I remember. I wanted to do this. I wanted to kind of hack this a little bit. Because here... in line. This is line target, which is kind of wrong. I want blast AoE. Here it is. Here we have blast AoE. We do fine targeting area. Everything is good there. But then I think I should copy everything down here. Acquire AoE targets. If PF result has value. Acquire AoE targets. I think we should always do that. And then here I want to say if action to trigger dot movement mod parameters are not null, then we do that. And then here we have current targets, which huh? Oh, I think I understand, kind of. It's just this. We do this there. Acquire AoE targets. Puts them in current targets in main controller. Current target position. I want to say current object dot target position equals mouse tile bounds. Here. I want to do that here. And then after here, before we say draw dynamic grid, I was thinking we could cancel that.
which I don't really want to. Ideally, I feel like this is the preview section, right? This is where we render what's gonna happen before we actually click the spell, the targeting. And the way I want to change it to work is that this simply sets all the values correctly, and then execute just executes. Instead of the way it is now, where I'm setting them over in a separate place, and then when I execute it, it moves them all over to the object, and then that executes in a different way from a different position, and it's just so bad. Because here, if I don't do this, then I don't have access to where I'm pointing, and then I don't have access to, well, I don't have access to the target position of the spell in order to properly apply force. So how do we... What do we need to do here? Force applied to self, force applied to target. This here needs to be we need to iterate through main controller dot current targets, because we have acquired the targets there, so we actually have them. Where is this? This is target tool. Where's the highlight? All right, let's see if Cyrus Gaze still functions after that. Wrong characters. It works. And Aya has Gravity Blast. Did something. For like a second. But let's see how hard I've fucked up this spell here. So Okay, so here user dot target position If we don't have a value, I want a crash. I see what one of the difficulties is here. Immediately. Draw dynamic grid. I wonder, if I draw to the dynamic grid, does that simply right on top of it? No, I don't think so. I think we're gonna do this. Void object force execute is actually gonna give us a Pathfinder result when it returns. Return PF result. I want a Pathfinder result. PF result. I want to do something like this, so that I can tell if we have a result or not. And then this just returns void, because it's too annoying otherwise. And then here we're gonna say PF result equals that. Generate range result. Ref PF result dot value. I don't think you can do that. That means I have to refactor this. And now everything has to use... Oh! Oh! So the problem here is that I rewrote the force system to be able to render highlighted tiles that it generates. But the issue with that is that right now it's either or. Like either the force system does it or the regular targeting system does it. But in this specific scenario, they need to be combined. And so I want the force system to spit out a path. Or I want it to spit out a result if it has generated one. So I want to be able to see if it's null or if it isn't. Because I really abhor returning structs that are like invalid. It's one of the worst things. Because then what are you gonna do? You're just gonna return like a default state struct and then read like a variable of it to determine if it's actually valid or not. Like I don't like that at all. And so I wanted to return a nullable struct version, and then the issue is here. The PF result is used,
as a ref. Because we are updating the Pathfinder tile dict. We have a path, we have a Pathfinder tile dict. But here we it's a result. And then we generate the result.
There. I don't really know what happens if you have a struct and the struct contains a list, and then you set, like, you have struct A, or you have a struct and then you have two variables A and B, and you set A to contain a list, and then you set B to A. Does B now contain a copy of the list, or is this gonna have some weird shenanigans going on? I think it's only when you do classes that things are weird like this, but I'm not sure. I think it's only when you do classes that you have to do like deep copies and shit. So it should be fine. I was thinking of just doing this Pathfinder result. And in fact, I think we should simply not render here at all. And in that case, then we don't need to generate a ranged result here. We only need to return this. Forest tiles to render. So then this should be nothing. It doesn't need to do anything. Actually, we don't need to do anything. We can remove all of this nonsense that I did. And then all we do is we just comment this, and then we're good. We're gonna need to do a little bit more work, but it's then here we have forest tiles to render, right? And then what we're gonna do here here we have PF result that we got here, and the PF result then contains Pathfinder tile list.
And so, what we need to do is if we go into the force section, then we are going to execute the force thing here. And then we do that. I don't know if I want to set tiles to red. But what we need to do is we need a for each of every item in tile in a main controller dot tiles to render. And then here we can say pf result dot value dot pathfinder tile dict if contains key tile dot key is false, then pf result dot value dot pathfinder tile dict dot add tile dot key tile dot value. Else then you can access it like this, right? And then you can say equals new Pathfinder tile tile.key grid color dot yellow Then we do that, and then we send in that. Is this it? Cyrus Gaze still works. Gravity Blast. Oh. It works, but it's a little bugged. But it does work. Right now it only works if Aya is targeted as well, but you can see it works. Oh my god. I have no clue why it only works when she is targeted, but... And you know what? I think that's close enough that I can say we'll finish it tomorrow. I'll probably manage. There's just something here that's making it not work if II is not targeted, which... I. I'm not sure what. It might have to do with this. I don't see why. Could be something here. The last AoE. That doesn't do anything. Hold on. This is unnecessary. I don't understand why that would make it work though, but I do think that was kind of wrong. But I kind of doubt that was the actual issue. No, that was the problem. Okay. It works. But I haven't implemented the execution. It crashes. But yeah, I'm going to mark that as finished for the weekend sprint. I'm gonna go make some ground beef or some bolognese, and then we might take a look at some voxels. All right, sounds good, dude. But yeah, I'll see you later. Thanks for hanging. Have a good day. Bye-bye. Jeez. Sure.